G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more building of the scrapyard scenario thingamajig. What I have done since last time. So, to build out this scenario, we started off by building a spawn rover, which I have now properly made into a spawn ship mod that actually works, and thanks to some help from Rahman, actually has nice transparency around it when we look at it in the loading menu. So the way the mod works is it removes all of the vanilla pods and means that you can only spawn on Earth-like and Pertum. Because the way the scrapyard mod's going to work, you must be on a planet that has oxygen that is breathable. Breathable levels of oxygen are required. If you don't have breathable levels of oxygen, it's not going to work. And I feel like that should be fairly clear from the fact that there is no enclosed cockpit on the rover. But that part is done. So we've got a spawn ship that works. We can hit respawn and I will drop somewhere on the Earth-like in the rover. I probably need to adjust how high it starts because the parachute pops maybe a little too early. It takes a long time to reach the ground. But when I tested this on Pertum, opening it any later meant that it sort of, kind of, maybe crashed. So I think I just need to make it not start from quite so high up. Also, this would be terrible terrain to land in for this style of gameplay. Truly horrible. Also, why is the respawn pod marker like 11 meters behind me? That's weird. Anyway, the other thing I have done is I have implemented the build restrictions that need to be in place for this to work. So I've removed the refineries, I've removed batteries, I've removed gyros, I've removed thrusters, I've removed a whole bunch of stuff. The stuff that I have left is stuff that I think you kind of need to have left so that it's not going to be So it's not going to be frustrating, and instead it's going to be fun having these restrictions in place. By the time you land, you run out of content. Yes. The things that I've removed do actually include this basic assembler. So you might notice that the component list of the basic assembler contains this special component now. The reason this isn't hidden from your G menu is that if you hide the basic assembler, it causes the game to crash on load. So instead, I've made the basic assembler impossible for you to build from scratch. Which means we can include basic assemblers as part of the progression to getting various things done. One of the cool things that I think we can do with this and with the proper assembler is allow players to transfer certain materials to other materials. Thanks, Moosey. By allowing them to do certain things with the blueprints in these assemblers. So the basic assembler can now only do bulletproof glass, construction components, girders, interior plates, motors, and steel plate. It can both disassemble those and reassemble those. It can use the materials from disassembling those and tool these basic tools and this ammunition to move it into other types. Oh, that's the other thing I need to add. One thing I do want to add to this is add the old school 5.56 ammunition so that you can break down it if you're playing with any mods that still have that as the predominant ammunition type in interior turrets. For example, ACS, which I really need to fix. Progression breaks it entirely, Necrovore. We tested that in Scavenger Hunt once. I used progression to lock all the blocks off, and then you can't weld them. So you can't repair stuff you capture. So progression doesn't work. It has to be this way with the stuff available. So, yeah. We recorded for all of about 45 minutes or so before realizing that that was completely broken, and then debated about whether we should... about how we should deal with it, and then we recorded again the next week. And so Muzi had the fun of trying to piece together several recordings into one episode. But yeah, this is my idea, is the basic assembler will have a very limited subset of things it can do, and then the fancy assembler will be able to reprocess everything. So finding a full-on assembler will be very, very, very cool, because then you can break everything down into raw resources and build it back up into what you want. You still can't place the blocks, though. So you're still going to have to capture the gravity gens, you're still going to have to capture a reactor, you're still going to have to capture engines, all this sort of stuff. You're going to have to do that to be able to have those blocks, but you'll at least be able to, say, if you've found lots of reactors and you need more medical components, you can break down the reactor components, use that silver to make medical components to repair your survival kit or your med bay, that sort of thing. And I think, to me, that's an interesting way to play, because you start to get an understanding of the material exchange rates between these components. And I don't think that's something I need to... I think that's something I want to encourage as opposed to eliminate, because I think that's better. So that's kind of where I was at with those mods. The progress I'm on with the spawning of stuff is limited. I was spending a bit of time with it last night, and I didn't quite get as far with it as I'd hoped I would. I was hoping I would get to a point where I had like little clusters of buildings spawning in, but did not quite make it that far. Because I ran into a little problem. So, if we... mes.spawn planetary installation. Let's go have a look at where it is. So we should have a small water tower. Okay, so this one did spawn over with the trees. So we've got a water tower spawning in. Obviously, not as elevated as I'd imagined, but that's okay. Similarly, this one. What had happened yesterday, which I started trying to figure out, is how I could control the orientation of something like this when it doesn't have a remote control block. Because MES uses remote control blocks to define the orientation of a grid, which meant that these were spawning sideways. So I started fiddling around with the prefab itself.
Critical.
So in the prefabs, I actually started deleting their orientation information. Let's make that big enough for you guys. So there's all this orientation information within the prefab file, and I basically just set it all to 0, and apparently that's upright for this. If I can learn how to manipulate stuff at this level, that would be cool. Apparently, where... Oh, hang on. Let me read what was said by someone who understands this stuff better than me. So, this XYZW defines a 4-dimensional vector, XYZW, which is used to efficiently rotate an object about the XYZ vector by the angle theta, where W equals cos theta over 2. So, maths. I don't want to do that. But if I can work out what cosine theta over 2 should be at 90 degrees and 180 degrees, I should just be able to put that in as W and then rotate around the correct axis to get 90 degrees or 180 degrees, because they should all be offset by about that much. Necrovore, yes, refineries are completely removed. There is a reason to keep the drills, and that's because stuff like this spawns underground and you're going to need to dig it out. So that's going to be fun. But at least I've got this vertical. And I should be able to relatively easily get this thing into correct position. Now, I was torn for this morning as to whether to continue working on this spawner or build new things. I'm kind of tempted to do some new builds that might be able to be used in some interesting ways. So if I go and load up... Wait, this will be quicker. In my ACS mod, I have now got some drones that are capable of spawning in a very cool way. Let me find the video. Here we go. This is how the drones spawn in. And because I now know how to spawn drones in an enclosed space like that and do clever things that make this possible, I should be able to create hangar spaces that rusted out wrecks can spawn in. So you find a hangar and then you go inside and you're like, oh cool, there's a little rusted out wreck that's in here that's not attached via rotors or whatever. Which, to me, is kind of appealing. But also, I should be able to spawn them accurately near an existing building. So, my hope is, in learning that side of things, I've now created the possibility of spawning things just a couple of meters above the ground. And putting a landing gear on the bottom so that when it drops, it doesn't take damage, but the landing gear locks it down to the ground, which makes it at least a non-moving grid. Whether that floor that it's landing on is the floor of a hangar like this, or whether it's voxel. Which I think gives us a lot of other options and means that these sheds aren't the only way to provide players with small grid. Although I still like the sheds. I think the sheds are still cool. As you can tell, I've been thinking about this a lot. Because this is something I really want to get working. Yeah, Gems, that's exactly what it does. The spawning... The way I spawn those drones in is with an initial velocity. So they get spawned in already moving at like 25 meters a second, and then the inertial dampeners bring them to a stop. It was the best way I could do it without going through complicated things of setting up timers and actions on the drones themselves. Yeah. I'm kind of leaning toward finding some of my... do I even have any of my old rover designs? I don't think I do. I don't think I've got them in my blueprint list. Because I've archived all of them. Might be more fun to make some ones from scratch anyway. Because I was thinking some little rough rover designs that I can rust down and leave with no wheels. Could be good to have around the place. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, I should probably have this thing as a rusted out wreck. So that you can find other people who've failed dropping in the same way you did. And the other thing I was wanting to build last time was something that looks like a rusted out high tension power line. Because that should be a cool thing to find out around the place, as well as being kind of a visual marker to find. Because I'm not broadcasting from any of these wrecks, you're going to have to actually look for things. And taller buildings are obviously a lot easier to see. One sec. Just needed to blow my nose. Yeah, Necrovore, I do want to keep the drills because I don't have fine-tuned enough control over how deep something gets embedded in the ground. And I feel like having someone realize that there's just the tiniest little bit of voxel on something that they're trying to make cut loose and then it explodes is more painful than fun. That just feels more cruel than challenge. So I kind of prefer not to do that. And also, it's fun digging stuff out and trying to figure out how you dig it out and how you then lift it out of the hole and do all that sort of stuff. Thanks, BM Nutrition. Have a good night. Hello, Jonesy. You probably missed it at the start, but this is the custom landing pod. This rover. I've already made it into a mod. So my idea is that I will have, at the moment, 3 separate mods as sort of a mod pack to make this scenario work. The current 3 mods are the starter pod as its own mod, then the build restrictions as its own mod, and then the thing that spawns in all these builds as the 3rd mod. And the reason I wanted to divide those 3 was if you end up playing on a custom modded planet that is breathable, I couldn't find, and I don't think there is, a way to make it so that this spawn pod only works on breathable planets. So I had to specifically define Pertum and Earth-like. So if there are other popular oxygen-rich planets, I can easily add those to that definition. But it means that if people want to play in that way, they can just not load the spawn pod mod and just load the other 2. Similarly, there will be people who won't like my particular build restrictions, and then they can come up with their own, rather than making them dependencies of the main mod. So it's kind of yeah. Yeah, Triton could be one. I didn't pick Triton because I haven't done any of these in snowy yet. I do plan on at some point making it so that some of the spawns will be snow only, and some will be desert / grassland only, but I haven't figured that bit out yet. And I thought I'd just focus on getting something that works in sort of savannah / desert first, and then work from there. Can you adjust the rotation on the water towers with a degree of randomness to it so they can be spawned in, fallen over? So, looking at the rotation stuff that Lucas provides in MES, you can only go from 45 degrees to negative 45 degrees. Which doesn't actually make this fallen over, it just turns it into a Leaning Tower of Pisa, which, when it's this rusted out, feels like it should just either be fallen over or not. It shouldn't be partial. Because it'll more look like it was built crooked. So I think I'd be better off having some stuff that's just flat, and some stuff that's vertical, as opposed to having stuff that's in degrees of falling over. That's my feeling on it. Like, I've got this as a fallen over wind turbine as well, so there are other things that will look collapsed, so it won't all just look rusted out and still upright. Thanks, Mr. Titan. Thank you for 33 months. Almost 3 years. It's crazy. Closet, I don't have a definite time on when this will all be ready, but the basic parts of it have come together pretty quickly. It's really just getting more builds and actually getting these builds to spawn, because what I'm hoping to do is I've sort of broken these down into sets. So there's pipes, there's wind turbines, there's farm stuff, there's the watchtowers, and then there's sheds. And what I plan to do is, for each of these, they will be able to have some buildings spawn around them. So, for example, this silo and this water tower I'm defining as core blocks for the farm set. So one of these will spawn in, and then several of these fence pieces and maybe the crush will spawn around it in a way that makes it kind of look like it's a bit of a rundown farmyard, similar with the feeding trough. The silo will work in the same sort of way, so you'll either have a water tower or a silo, and then you'll have a bunch of those other bits around it. The pipe sections, I'm planning on having them spawn other pipe sections nearby. So we might need to come up with some new pipe section designs that look a bit more varied than just these three, because they just look straight. And the watchtowers will probably spawn on their own, because they kind of look like they should. At most, I might make a little... In fact, I should make a little outhouse building that goes with these, that's down at ground level, because there's no bathrooms in these. Yeah, I should do that. And then the sheds will probably spawn with some of the fence pieces around them. In fact, I might make some more fence bits too. The hangars, I think, can probably spawn on their own and stand up to doing that, because there's enough going on with them. But I could have them spawn and bring in a wind turbine nearby or something like that. But that's kind of my idea, is to have... It's not just going to be a single build that spawns and then you find another single one somewhere else. They'll be spawned in little clusters. Yeah. Yeah, Daramus. That's kind of exactly the feel that I'm going for here, is that rusted out, old western mining town style trope, where you've got a bunch of things that were just abandoned and have left to rust, but because it's fairly dry, the rust has come quite slowly and some things still magically work. Hey, Kanalski. That's kind of where Scavenger Hunt came from, and that's what I'm hoping to do a bit of here. Which I think should be doable. I've just got to slowly figure out the balance of component supply, block supply, to how players actually experience it. But I think let's start with an outhouse. Bathroom block or toilet seat? I'm thinking toilet seat is the way to go here. If we start with, say, that. Maybe we'll try some. Yeah, we'll just start with a regular block. With the method I'm using, Edric, no. The core building would not spawn another core building, which then leads to a cascade of spawning stuff. Because the types of spawns are different. I think you can do it, but I'm going to be specifically avoiding it. Yes, indeed. Cascading spawns leads to grey goo. Let's see here. Kind of want to do this with a little bit of a slope to the roof. So put that there, then that like that, and then if we find the right slope, yeah, this could work. Yeah, so T-Loc, the thing with this is I've not got much that works. Like, the turrets that I've placed so far are unbuilt. They don't actually function. For the most part. I will eventually probably start adding some higher tier stuff that has some better equipment in it that does have functional stuff. But I'd also like to, if I can manage to, make that functional stuff be in a better state of repair. Now, what to do for the door? I think I'm going to have to do... like, I can either have something that looks like it's a door that's massive and open, or I can do a half panel like that to make it look like there's a sliding door or something on it. I don't... Kabajek, I don't want the settlements to be large, because I don't want you to find a big jackpot thing that you just walk around and you don't have to search anymore. I want there to be... I want the travel and the exploration to be part of the mod. So, one of the drivers behind this style of play is playing with Capac. Because Capac loves exploration in games. And I was wanting to make something that would make it fun for him. And so I want to make something that's got that exploration to it to make it fun for people who like to play that way. Could do that. There's a way to do a door. Yeah, that could work. So for me, the idea of having large settlements kind of works counter to what I want the mod to do. I want little things with just, you know, the extra stuff around it has minimal resources. And more acts as a way to give you a bit of flavor around. Like these fences, they have next to nothing useful in them. Kabajek, you spawn in a rover, so you can move around. It's not on foot. So, that point's a bit moot. That's why I want you to spawn in on a rover. And it's, to me, the idea of spawning you in a functional rover makes a lot more sense in terms of giving you minimal resources to get moving without having to give you a massive place to make that thing. You're going to have to find stuff to fix it when you break this thing, but... Oh, Kabashek, you could... I 100% think this is capable of being played with no suit, no jetpack. Because you're on an oxygen-rich planet. You should be able to play it that way. And to be honest, that's how I'm tempted to play it when I play it myself. I'm very tempted to play it with nothing. Just the rover. Oh, shouldn't have done that. I wanted to see if this would look better. Yes. Yes, it would. Hello? Snap to build? Why you no snap? Oh, okay. But yeah, you should be able to totally play this in with no suit. Alright, I think that's probably my best outhouse that I'm likely to do. I now just need to figure out how to paint it so it looks interesting, and we can probably make a couple of variations on it, some that are more rusted out than others. Kapak and I met in year 8 of high school. Well, we met before that, but we became friends in year 8 when we had woodworking class together. Well, the rover is a little bit sus. If you look carefully from this side. There are also 3x3 wheels. It's a short wheelbase. It's prone to flipping. You've only got one battery. You've got no gyroscope. You're going to have to find the parts to repair the gyroscope that's on there. Programmable blocks can't be made. They're not in the G menu. You can make timer blocks, but no programmable blocks. So you're going to have to find the programmable blocks if you want to run scripts. So there's going to be some good fun to be had there, I think. Right. Paint. Where's my paint gun? So let's try... Not that. Let's get the color. Let's have a look at this in corrugated. Corrugated brown. Yeah, there'll be solar panels on some things. I haven't made anything with this solar panel yet, actually. I probably should. And last time we were working on this, I was talking about making some stuff that was solar powered only, as in no batteries, meaning that if you were to say it was armed and you were to approach it at night, it wouldn't have power to turn on its guns. Yeah, it'll have a slope up to it. I just wanted to fiddle with it first. Let's just try regular rusty. Maybe a few degrees of rust would be better. Like some heavy rust and some regular rusty. So I think the corrugation's a bit much on this. I could leave it on the roof piece. Yeah, the corrugated looked a bit too clean, didn't it? And I think maybe concrete for the bottom. Concrete. But maybe... Nope. 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 Maybe that. Maybe a bit darker. What about wood? Oh! Duh! Thank you. Good point. Wood. No lightning stand, it didn't work through. Especially for the door. Yeah. Ooh, okay, that's not ideal. It's a little bit big. Kind of like it for the door, though. Grey. Like it's dried out, old, aged wood. Corrugated with wood, let's try that. Corrugated. I'm gonna have to flip that panel around, that's annoying. Let's try making this a little less bright. Okay, that's a bit too much. Still looks a bit fresh, doesn't it? Where would the wood come from? This is not just going to spawn in the desert, and Pertum has trees, so you know that's where the wood could come from. This is really hard. It is really unfortunate we don't have better ways for all of this rusty stuff to work. Like for it to be applied over a different state of things. Thanks, Lightning Stan. Thank you for 3 months in advance. Thank you very much. Heavy rust for the floor. Oh yeah, it does actually make it look more toilety. I mean, the other option for the floor is mossy, but that would only work, and actually makes me think now I'm going to have to make stuff for regular savanna, desert, etc. terrain, and then I'm gonna have to make stuff that's specifically just for green ground terrain that's made with mossy, and stuff with frozen that's just for the snowy biomes. Because I think that will be cool. Don't tell my wife. Yeah, I could do it in... How expensive are the... How valuable are the heavy armor frames? They're not particularly, are they? Oh, that looks a bit medieval. I feel like that's a bit too strong looking for what we're after, the heavy armor panels. It could be a good way, though, for me to introduce, like, some metal grids for you to scavenge. I need to switch this back to heavy rust. And possibly... Is that held on any other way? No, it is not. Let's just do that temporarily. Pop that out. I think I might put some slopes all around. Oh no, that doesn't help me. No, I don't like that way. Let's do it this way. Might put these slopes. Oh, that's annoying. They've got that pattern on the end too. Ah! I wanted something without this. I don't even know that sort of S-bend type armor pattern on it. I wanted to put that around on all sides. But I can't really, because I need to have these panels attached to the base somehow. Poop. I mean, I could change the toilet piece, but the problem is, as soon as I do that, then it drastically changes the whole look of the thing. Like, this looks like a far more well-equipped toilet than just the toilet, which should be heavy rust. Or at least rust. Yeah, let's try to just regular rust. Regular rust a bit darker. Yeah, something like that. Do we even need a door? I think the reason for me wanting to include these pieces is that it makes it clear that this was an outhouse. I think it sells the idea of outhouse better, having something that looks like it could have been a door, even though we all know it's very much not. What can I do on the sides here? Do I just go with the neons? I think I might. The heavy rust. Yeah, I think that's going to look better than having the panels all around. That off. Get rid of that. No, not that one. That one. Yeah, Edric, absolutely. You could definitely do variants where the door's fallen off. I could even put a... hang on, let's just get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. And let's get this and copy it. Because I think that's a decent... little outhouse. In fact, because this has a seat, let's change the name of it. Which I can't. Why can't I do that from the seat? Interesting. It's very weird. So we call this NPC-SY outhouse 1. Now, at least that is named. Yeah, so The door fallen off thing. I wonder if we can use that. Grab that. Oh, hang on. No, not that one. This. Like, have either that sitting there, maybe even if we pop off that and switch to this one, I think might be the right one. No, that's still going to separate into two grids. Dang it! No, I think Keen knew exactly that people on the toilet would want to rename the grid, and toilets are not, toilets are passenger seats, so they don't have ownership as a result, to prevent someone misusing a toilet block. I think it might be deliberate. Like, we could just have one that has just the half door. I'm just trying to think of where I could lie a block down to make it look like the door's fallen off. But the door's still somewhere nearby. Which almost makes me tempted to have random, like, name a grid that is just a light armor half panel. And you just walk around and you're like, why is there a wooden panel on the ground? That sort of thing. Server admins love this one. Yeah. Server admins would hate that. I don't... Honestly, this style of play is not suited to large player number servers. This is... Because this is going to need to have cleanup off. You're asking a lot if you're expecting a server to run playing with this mod. Yeah, that looks alright. Let's also, for this one, grind away this and this. Yeah, and I'm going to balance this around small group co-op, single player up to small group co-op. That's kind of... That's where I think this is targeted at. I think any more than that is unrealistic for me. Maybe if I do this as well. Oh, that's not what I want to do. If I do that. Oh man, I think I broke it. Yeah, I broke it. Let's grab the original one again and try that again. Oh, I think I know what's happening here. No. Oh. Uh-oh. What have I undone that I shouldn't undo? Yeah. Pressed undo too many times. Okay, that's fixed. So we pop that off. Make sure these actually match the same color. That's going to work now. So what I was thinking was, if I extend that out and then pop the doors off, I can then do something a bit different for this one. Could either have like just something leaning up to it like that, or actually, let's that. I'm not going to be doing things in general like placing warheads or surprise traps and the like. As a general rule, I'm not going to do it because you could easily wipe a player in this sort of setting, and I think the fun of playing this style is not going to be the combat, but just the searching, the challenge of traversing the amount of terrain you'll need to in order to make this work. However, saying that, the whole combat only possible during daylight hours thing could also work for sensor-based traps. Because if you run out of power, the sensors no longer work, so then you can bypass the traps. But I would need to have a grid that very carefully warns the player that they're about to approach a trap in a way that makes them not feel like they're getting totally taken out of the moment, but also gives them the ability to know that something bad's about to happen. Because then they'll be able to have that telescoped to them in such a way that they can then try and avoid it and use their own smarts to avoid it. And I like that idea better. I like the idea that you should be able to, for collecting all the basic stuff, you should be able to avoid combat altogether. Dead bodies and bullet holes are usually a good way to indicate danger ahead. Fair point. Having a turret turn on that switches to target players. Yep. But doesn't have any ammo. Oh. Use a sensor block to turn on a sound block which plays the sensor activation sound repeatedly. Well, yeah, Gruz, exactly. It requires people to be observant. And so I feel like if I've given enough information that players could determine what's going on, then I've given enough information that I don't feel guilty about players not taking on board those cues. If that makes sense. At some point, you just have to let the players be smart or not. I think. I try my best with this stuff to approach it the way that I imagine game designers try and approach these things. Alright, we got some outhouses. I think 3 variants on the outhouse is enough. There's obviously going to be repetition with these things. And that's fine, because repetition allows you as a player to learn and realize what things have what and what ones you can ignore, what ones are worth looking at, that sort of thing, which gives you more agency. For having something in front of a turret is very difficult to do, because where is in front of a turret? How do you define that? That works for a hallway, but it doesn't work for an open space where people have full freedom to approach from any direction, including overhead. Cool. I might try and do the high tension power line thing. I'm also not convinced that beam blocks are going to be the best block for it. No lightning stand. I'm going to release this, and my plan is not to play it first, then release it, except for some play testing. I'll probably do some solo play testing on stream, and then after that, release it at the same time that I start playing it, hopefully with Capac. Maybe with some others. It'll depend how the playtests go in terms of, is it something that moves fast enough to be suitable for multiplayer? Or is it something that is slow, so needs to be single player? Right. Just looking at pictures of high tension power lines to get an idea of what I might try and pull off here. I think trying to have... I think maybe start skinnier at the bottom, actually. Avalite, yeah, Capac's... Capac expects to join us at some point. The Capac won't be joining us on AA until we finish up Scavenger Hunt. That was always my plan on that front. Again, that's not helping me. Yes, the times I can pin Capac down for a recording are limited. Sort of need that to be double wide, so that I can do the half there and a half there, and then take this up taller. One of the village's alarm systems got rewired for a surprise party, so the alert is party music. Ugh, stupid party music. I don't think that's convincing. I think we need to do this with armor blocks and grind them down. I'll delete. Oh, well, I deleted it. Because I think what we need is it to look like scaffolding the whole way up. I don't think the beam blocks actually do this justice. I'm just going to do a small scale thing and see how it looks before I try and go bigger. I wouldn't want to use small blocks because it'll end up with a lot of them. Ah! And then... the reason I don't want to keep the base concrete is it doesn't end up looking all that run down. The concrete looks too well maintained. It looks like concrete, but it looks like relatively well maintained compared to the rust anyway. And this needs to be heavy rust because it's build state, so I can't apply light rust to it, annoyingly. Or battered or anything, which is sad. Yeah, working this way is going to be a lot better. This... yeah. This is a much, much, much better way of doing it. Yeah, it's the same issue as with the outhouse floor, exactly. Yeah, all the different... so all of the skins that have a little icon, those icons are a particular DLC. Alright, let's pick a style I want to make this like. I feel as though the most recognizable ones that don't end up being absolutely enormous would probably be something like this. Like this one. Narrow tower going up and then having these little bits off the side. That's a shape we can... this shape we can't really do in Space Engineers because it's a very gradual curve up. A gradual slope up. But this shape off the side we can. I was torn and was thinking of maybe doing something like this one, but I think that's just unnecessarily complex. I think going for something simpler that still sells the idea is a better option. Which brings me back to what I'm doing here, and I might just copy this. I'll get rid of... like that. Armor paneling will be a major pain in the backside to try and do for this. Because trying to get the edges to have the right joints and all that sort of stuff. I may use armor paneling for the little... for the... not what I wanted to do. For these little bits that stick off the side. But it'll be easier to do that if I make the rest of it out of armor chunks. Also, this gives it the depth from this side, which I want, so that it doesn't look like it should have fallen over. Doesn't need to be super tall. Just kind of maybe a little bit more. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, Kabajek, once I've got a... The way I like to do this is build the complete version, then break them. Because I find it's easier to do it that way than if I build the broken version and then try and put it back together. But yes, I do like the idea of having a broken one. Partially on the ground. I might have to do this. The top. Then we go with... Oh wait, maybe I didn't need to do that. I was thinking that'd be the way to do the shape. Would there be a way to set up a broken one so the top section could fall as they approach it? I'm not aware of a way to do that. I don't know of a way to do that. It might be possible, but I think the only way to do it would require subgrids. And have like somehow hide a rotor that detaches in there. And I'm not convinced that you'd be able to do that very well. See, I can't think of another way to make it split. I haven't seen a method in MES to do that. Yeah, warheads aren't... Warheads will explode. It doesn't really give you the collapse effect. Like something's just broken as you've gotten near. Oh, actually, yeah, there is a way with MES. There is a way. There's totally a way. So what you do with MES is you have it so that there's a block on the grid that when the player gets within probably visual range of it, that block gets deleted by MES. I think that's an action that can happen after spawn. It doesn't have to happen at spawn. So like you could have a cargo container that's named a specific way and then it removes that block and then the whole thing collapses. But I think to do that, your grid also has to have a remote control block. So I wonder if you could actually have the remote control block being the block that gets removed. I think. That'll be my best estimate of how to approach that sort of thing. Would the top part just float if it's a static grid? Potentially. You'd have to do a bit of testing to make sure that the size of the grid is small enough that it drops. Because if the grid is small enough, it'll drop anyway. No, the lower ones aren't further out. These are identical. At least the ones in Minnesota. In that picture, huh? I had the same feeling too, and then I looked at the picture, I'm like, nope, they're perfectly in line with each other. Yeah, it's weird when you realize stuff like that. You're like, yeah, the ones I've seen all have them out, but actually maybe they don't. Maybe it's just the perception because of the gradually thinning tower that makes us feel like they would be further out. But maybe they often aren't. Like this style of one has them go wider and then thinner. I think. It's hard to tell because they overlay. But yeah, it looks like thin, wide, thin. Then you got this, which is all the same, with one thinner one up the top. So I think it's just a bit of a visual trickery because of this getting wider toward the base. So it's a bit of that visual illusion thing. I played around with some thoughts on making some sort of fake windmill and hated them immediately existence. So unless some new idea comes to mind, no, I'm not going to mess around with old school style turbines. Yeah, they were horrible. The ideas I tried, I did not like them one bit. It was just one of those things that ended up being way too bulky because space engineers. Just wanting to make the bits that stick out look like they're a bit more, that they're not just made out of paper. I think what I need to do is possibly have this sloping part come up a bit higher and maybe slope out then straight down. I think even though it's not real world accurate, I think it might sell the idea better. I mean, yeah, existence, I didn't really muck around with it being a small grid on a rotor. I think if you come across this, you'll know what it was supposed to be. But I'm not super happy with it. Yeah. Daramus, I was exactly the same. I'm like, hang on a sec. No, they're usually not. They usually are vertically aligned. It's weird. I think the ones that some of us might be imagining might be this sort of style. Where they've got the 4 across the bottom and then the 2 above, and then perhaps that's why we're all thinking it gets wider, but yeah. I think we need more interest though. I think the 3 of these being the same is not a good look. So let's get rid of this middle one and we'll make it fatter. Yeah, I'm thinking this might help make it look a bit more interesting. Do it with a bit of a thing in the middle. Like that. Yeah, that definitely helps. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to do that on the lower one as well. Make the top skinnier and then the two lower ones aligned. I think that'll look better. Yep, R-type, that's exactly what it is. Trying to make a rundown one that you can come across and get some steel plate from. As it feels like the sort of thing you would find in a post-apocalyptic or post-societal, some sort of societal collapse environment. I do like the idea of making one of these collapse, but I think I'll save that idea for the future rather than trying to do it early on. I also worry making one of these collapse when you approach might do more voxel damage than expected. If you want to play with the harpoon mod glitch, yeah, you probably could use a harpoon to simulate the wire. It won't last on reload, but you could. I don't think I will be. Oh, I missed the mosquito. Dang it. Alright, let's have a look at this. See what needs to be done. That does sell it better, doesn't it? Let's get rid of these bits because they're making it too thick. The top, I think. Yeah, you could use the power lines mod, I guess. Not sure why you'd want to in this instance, but you could. Nope. Just randomly throw that in the air. Good job. Oh. There's no half tip thing there. That block doesn't exist. I think anything we have in large grid would be too bulky for an insulator type thing. The closest would probably be using neon tubes. But I think all that does, especially ground down, is just add a little bit of a dangly bit of metal. It might work. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe that actually helps it. What do you guys reckon? I think that's the only thing skinny enough. Yeah, alright, let's do that. Yeah, and so I'm not sure which bits you're meaning then. So I thought you were meaning replacing these slope tips with something that only goes to the half the length. That block doesn't exist. Because I was looking for it to try and use it as one of the doors on the outhouse. Which is why the doors open fully rather than partially like the shed doors. Yeah. Alright, let's copy this. Let's flip it upside down. That will work on the base. Let's get rid of these extra bits that are lying around before they clutter up my entity list. Oh, I see what you mean. And so I think... sure if this is going to work, but I'm interested to try it. It may end up being that I just need to put the slope on the top bit rather than cutting out the section underneath. Yeah. I think just adding these is the right way to go. I'm also not going to put a light on these because these aren't going to be powered. This is this will be an unpowered grid. What might be powered is if we make some little sort of rundown substation to be in its sort of vicinity. Even though I know that doesn't strictly make sense, I think it has enough storyline sense to it that it should work. I might go up to there. Yeah, I think that should be better. think. Ugh. This style of slope is always so painful to put together. I did not get a new mouse, no. I have not yet. I'm still dealing with my annoying scroll, or it's not, though it's not as bad today as it has been. Yeah, Edric, if the tower was 3 wide, I think it'd also probably end up being just too bulky. Oops. And yeah, you're right about the light potentially just not being noticed anyway. Particularly if said light is non-functional at night. And for me to have a light on this, I would then have to add a battery, I'd have to add a power source, I'd have to add a whole bunch of stuff that kind of doesn't really fit with what this grid is. Right, let's have a look at this. Oh, I have an idea if this doesn't look right yet. That doesn't look too bad. Huh. I think that kind of works. It's an arrow pointing to buried treasure. Yes, buried treasure somewhere up in the stars. The only other thing I was thinking might help here is if we get rid of... if we do this. See if this looks any better. As a sort of stepwise transition to the thinner part at the top. Then I gotta make sure that the whole thing's actually still one grid. Because it might not be. Do you know what? I almost think like that if I'd just gone with broadening it to the 2 full things and straight down, it probably would sell the idea perfectly. Like, get rid of the split at the bottom altogether and just have it go fat and down. It's less stick figure now. Yeah, that's true. It was a bit stick figure-ish. Yeah. I think that'll do. I don't think there's any doubt, if you saw that for the first time, what it is. Or what it's trying to be. And for this sort of thing, that's kind of all you want, is if it immediately evokes the idea of what it's intended to look like, then achievement. Like, all these things, they look like what I was wanting them to be, and people should be able to work out what I was wanting them to look like. And to me, that's enough. Like, this on its own, you'd be like, what on earth is this supposed to be? But this, with the fences around it, you'd be like, huh, is that supposed to be some sort of feeding apparatus? Similarly, these sheds, they look like sheds. The doors, given their position relative to other things, they look like doors. The way that this is collapsed, sure, metal probably wouldn't bend that way, but it sells the idea. Especially having the bits fallen on the ground. The missing parts. PF Throwaway, the adjustment I did didn't get rid of a lean, it rotated it by 90 degrees. Because they were all 90 offset. These arguably could have a bit of the leaning Tower of Pisa treatment. I might do that in the future. Yeah, and so it looks very much like the feeders that my so my sister lives on a cattle property. Very much like the feeding things. They put a big bale of hay in, and then effectively inject molasses into, which is something they had to do during the last drought for a long time. Now, for varied appearance of these, let's break one in half and then do some stuff to make it look like it was bent and then fell over. So I just need to paste another one and then cut part of it off. In fact, let's place it upside down so I can cut off the bottom. Yeah, that's about right. The fun part with this is going to be figuring out what angles I can use to make it look like the top's sort of bent and being torn. Because that was the fun part about making these collapsed parts. It's making them look like they'd bent. So, for that, pop that off and then go... that, then maybe... actually, let's... there, then put another one up here. Oh, it's not that one. What? I'm so confused. Which block am I looking for? Oh, that's the one I'm looking for. Nope, that one. How about a few different broken tops and a bottom half that looks like the random that spawns? I'm not sure that I'm quite up to the task of making different versions of a bottom that match with different versions of a top. It would be cool though, because then obviously you don't have to have them spawn, they don't have to be right next to each other. Like they don't have to be attached in the way that I've done this fallen over wind turbine. I could just have the two as separate grids and this one always spawns the other half of it near it. That's certainly a real option. And possibly a good option. No, PF throwaway, it's always a consistent angle. You can do random angles, but random angles won't work for what we're doing. So yeah, it's a fixed angle of somewhere between minus 45 and plus 45 degrees from vertical when you do the spawn in to angulate things, or you can do random. Now, random doesn't really work with stuff that has a defined orientation to begin with. Because it can produce some really weird results that just, I think, would take people out of it more than be something that adds to the experience. Awesome, Tarso. I'm not keen to put subgrid blocks underground, forcing them to be static, because that will create clang. So trying to use hinges or rotors to create unusual angles of stuff is sketchy at best. Not sure what else I could add to this to make it look like it's more torn than that. I think maybe if I can get another piece to go up here. Have an unknown signal snagged on one. That would be kind of fun. Angle the upright to point back down and attach the top to that. Well, I was thinking now because if I just have, for the moment, one upright and one broken, and I just take the broken top and have it as a separate spawn that this always generates with. Means I don't need to connect it, I can just have it within a few meters. Although, no, I don't want to do that, actually. Because I haven't yet worked out how to control exactly where it spawn. Oh, no, it could be... No, never mind. It can be a relative position spawn. So yes, I can do it exactly that way. So yeah, this is what I'm thinking of doing. This would spawn with this there. But we need to mangle it a bit. See you, Glitch. Let's bring this out of the ground because I don't want to accidentally create like 12 different grids in here as I break it. Get rid of these dangly bits. I need to crush it. Do something like something like wishing that I had an attachment point here, which may require some neon light shenaniganry. Suggestion of fall angle to impact in the ground, perhaps? Yeah. I guess? So that would probably mean breaking off. If we look at the... If we look at this, it's fallen and probably twisted to impact the left side and the top first, so we'd have most damage to this part of it. Something like that. And then this, the right side can be the bit that shows what it was, and then the left side's all the crushed, mangled part. SECSI. Yep, exactly. I wonder... Unfortunately, build states don't have deformations. So we're kind of stuck with trying to work out other ways of... didn't want to do that. Other ways of implying the destruction. I wonder if this will help. If I start putting some weird angles in here. And then do the same as I did before. Do something like this. Put a dead orange engineer next to it. At least I'm not the only one who wants to see dead Capax everywhere. Although I only want to see it when there's a live Capac around, because then you know it's funny. If we do maybe that, and then I... If I can get underneath and place maybe that, then do a tip. Actually, no, let's not do a tip at all. Let's just leave it at that. It's really hard to make this look mangled. Although that doesn't look too bad. At a distance, anyway. Up close, these things are always going to look funny because then you realize exactly what the blocks are made, what blocks it's made out of. But at a distance, I think that kind of works. As long as I make sure that when this is spawned, it's embedded enough in the ground that it's mostly hidden, I think it should work. There's no way to deform build states. Build states don't have deformability to them. And neither do panels, even in their full state. So there's nothing deformable here, unfortunately. Because, yeah, deformed blocks would obviously look more obviously damaged. How many Capac impacts does it take to bring a pylon down? More than you'd think. It's a pity we don't have a corner block like this that's at the 45-degree angle. Because then I'd replace these tips with them. I think maybe we break off that tip there. Then we just need to do something about this bit to make it look more damaged. Maybe we go with... that. And then we go with... that. I think that'll work. Let's just bring the sun overhead so the shadow's not hiding too much of the detail. I think that'll work. I could also add a couple of these, maybe even with a this. Nope. This. Now it looks like it's running away. I think if you saw that, that'll carry the implied events pretty well. Yeah, run, Pylon, run! Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with this. So we've got power transmission pylons, we've got hangars, we've got sheds. I was going to do a couple more pipelines. I couldn't think when I first made these of a way to nicely do them with a curve in them. because the curves only go obviously 90 degrees. Well, maybe there's a thing I missed. Yeah, I didn't want to do subgrids, Gruz. I mean, these, when I spawn them in, are not going to spawn in aligned with one another. But I was planning on, say, you'd have one there, and then the next one would be this far away, sort of thing. So when they spawn, they'll be pretty loosely associated. Maybe there's not much point putting a curve in. Nah, just leave it. There's enough pipes. Better to create yet another completely different thing than spend ages doing variations on the same theme. The sheds were an exception to that rule because the sheds were my initial plan for getting small grids to come in. But I like the idea now of having the spawns be small grids with a landing gear on the bottom. Oh, yeah, good idea, Gruz. That's actually... Yes, yes. So just do this. Even possibly... making them so that it's like... oh. Intended to look like they're separate. Like they're just a single thing that you climb up to. Although maybe that should be done with a ladder. Maybe we'll just do it with a ladder. There we go. So that's 2 extra pipes. I think that was a good idea, Gruz. Gruz. Pipe to hut. Yeah, Gruz, I'll name them all off stream when I just am doing something late at night. I won't bother fiddling around with that now. Pipe to hut. Yeah, Dmux, that's another option. Yeah, Tommaso, you can press B and you change the alignment so that it's lined up with gravity. I'm actually going out. This is filling up my water bottle. Has something changed with the NPC Atmo thrusters lately? No? Yeah, the way MES does stuff, it does define a 0 and keeps to it. Right. I have not put a large grid gyro anywhere yet. My thoughts on that side of things are, at the moment, what I'm trying to prep you for is being able to build yourself a base and then have some small grid stuff. And with that small grid stuff, you should be able to hopefully take on some ACS things that might have some large grid blocks you want. That's my plan on that. Oh, that's the other thing I need to do. I just realized. I need to... Oh wait, if you don't have refineries, it doesn't matter. Never mind. I was about to say I need to come up with ways to modify the planets to get rid of ores, but because you can't refine the ores, you can't process them. So there's no... They hold no value. Yeah, Graz, eventually I would want to do larger facilities like where those pipelines would be imagined to go to. But I feel like large things like that are stuff I should work on later. What I want to try and work out first and be able to test first is the beginning of the game. That thing that takes you from having this tiny little rubbish rover to having something of an established base with a slightly less rubbish rover. So, vehicles, maybe. Yeah, lightning stand. This is exactly meant to be like scavenger hunt and allow it, but it's a scenario that anyone can play. Right. Copy that. Scavenger hunt minus the story. And, you know, much slower for you to accumulate everything. So, start by popping off the wheels. Then, let's copy it a couple of times. And let's have one, no battery, no survival kit. No parachute. And then heavily ground down for a lot of the rest of it. And made heavy rust for the ground down parts. Because not everyone has an Eisen. Indeed. And because not everyone has a TFE as well. Because TFE and Eisen have been there for every single recording in the background doing stuff. So without the two of them, scavenger hunt is basically impossible. Yeah. The rover should have a data pad in it, the owner's manual. Or a service history, yeah. I guess one of these could have the survival kit just barely intact. Does that go to a white frame if I go a little bit further? It doesn't, does it? That's as... Yeah, I think that's as worn down as a survival kit goes. way. There's that. There's the gyro. Maybe grind that off till it's... yeah. Yeah. Our mechanics to-do list, yeah. Extended warranty just expired last week. If you find this data pad, please delete my browser history without looking at it. Ah, dear. Wait, where's the smoky coming from? Someone's smoking? These are meant to be rusted out hulks. No smoking. And then the last one, I think, should just be the wheelbase. Nothing else. Yeah, I think that's like 3 basic vehicles. I know Rush has some sort of muscle car type body shapes that could be used in this as well. We could also, if I save changes before quitting me, maybe even replace some of the existing blocks with sheet variants. Yeah, that's a good idea. The other idea I have is this. Grab some of the scrap race trucks, convert them to rusted out wrecks as well. If I go... like so. Then we go in one here. And go up the wrong set of stairs. Oh. Think it might only spawn them in once the build phase starts. Well, that's annoying. Here I was thinking I was so clever. That's annoying. Might have to wait 3 minutes. Actually, it makes me wonder if any of the builds around here might be useful as things to work from, because I know... So I think this stuff's like a combined work of maybe Aragath and Smoky? There's two of the main people. Oh, they are hollow, though. But then again, a building like this could be kind of cool as a bit of inspiration of what to do. I like the rotor part being used as a chimney. Oh yeah, I could do a larger pipeline as well. That's made out of round blocks instead of made out of pipes, because then, yeah, you can do this. Fracture it. Damage it to get the look of a broken pipe. And then I can also open up the pipe. Because I wonder if ground down round windows would make a walkable interior that's rusted out. And for later on, I do have the intention of building larger rusted out rover wrecks like this. Because I think they'll be a valid thing for later game, but I don't want to give them to players early on because then it just gives them too much to begin with. I should have looked at this ages ago for a bit of inspiration. I do like the idea of making round block pipe. Yep, Charlie passed her training test last night. You wouldn't believe it with the amount of noise she's making right now. Yes, that is my dog. That is my dog, Charlie. She is making a racket by pushing on my electric deadbolt. Because she knows it makes noise. Oh wait, what am I doing? There's a thing to insta start the race, isn't there? Isn't there? Start. There we go. So my plan was to do this. Control B. We now have the scrap rod. The Dune Scout. Scrap buggy. Okay, they're all scrapped something so far. And then we got the blank chassis. Okay. That works. So that's those that's those collected. You can't be let out now that you've started making noise. You need to calm down and then I'll let you out. Yes. Alright, back to the scrapping. No, Charlie just wants to be out because she's woken up from her sleep and now she's like, I want to play. I want to do things. I don't want to sleep anymore. Charlie is a rescue mutt. She's a whole bunch of different breeds, but about the size of a Great Dane. There's probably Great Dane, Greyhound, Irish Wolfhound, other things in there. And now that she's been quiet, I will let her out. One sec. Sit. All right. There we go. No. She probably could carry a little barrel on her, but she is very much not the rough coat Saint Bernard sort of look. Let's just get rid of that. So the reason I'm... Oh no! No! I deleted it! I didn't mean to delete it. Grr. Have to make another one. It's slightly different. There we go. Control X. Control V. Flip it upside down. Now, we need landing gear. And I need to make sure that the landing gear locks when it's just dropped. Okay, that locked. Let's try this. Yep. Some of these will inevitably go wrong and not land properly and do weird things, but I think on the whole it's probably better to still spawn some small grids as small grids rather than having them all in sheds, because I think it makes it... The level of interest added, I think, is worth it. Alright. That's those. Now let's spawn in those scrap races. Hatchback. Scrap rod. There you go, that's 5 of them, right? Yep. Yeah, there's smoke coming off the hydrogen tank. I might weld it back up. Now that it's empty. How hard is it to do underground bases? Much harder, and also much less friendly on game performance. Though, in this style of play, you won't be mining, so there's a little less voxel deformation, so it's a bit... It could go either way. Right. So this first one, what I think I might do is obviously lose the turret. I might leave the gun on. Lose that. Lose that. and lose those. And then let's go grey, heavy rust. And we'll lose that wheel, that wheel, that wheel. Actually, lose all the wheels. Except what I'm going to do is put a wheel next to it and try and think of a way I can not too horribly link that wheel to the grid. Yeah. With the battery in between the suspensions, yes, you definitely lose the whole lot in one go. No! Not there. Nah. Alright. I'm hoping what I can do is put this out this way. Or one way. Don't really care which side. Actually, maybe I don't. Maybe I want it one block lower. Figure out a way to attach this to the main grid such that it looks like it's been popped off from it. Although that's a problem, because now it's too high. So we can't do that. Nope. Let's try it again. Okay, that looks alright. So if I pop those out, and then I grab a grinder and take this down. Is there something I can do to link that up? Oh, neon tube link. Great idea. Great idea. Alright. I think we're going to have to do this. Wonder if that's far enough for it to work. Oh, it's always going to flick that way, isn't it? Hang on. Do it on the underside. The risk of doing it on the underside is then it'll cause the thing to tip. And I'm trying to avoid it tipping. Because if it tips, it's less likely to lock to the ground. Or if I put the bit that could tip as the point that locks, it'll then lock crooked. So that's my reason not to do that. Yeah, we don't need to do that far out, I think. mean, that's pretty hidden anyway. You can barely even see that the stuff's there. Yeah, that really works. Huh, cool. So that's a way of getting a wheel nearby that's at least related to the suspension. I think this works okay as another wreck to find. I love how I can watch people build in SE and give good ideas, but my creations are abominations. Well, think about it. How many of my creations would be abominations without the ideas I'm being given? That should make you feel better about that. So I think one or more of these vehicles should look like, not that it's been ransacked for parts, which is what these ones obviously are intended to look like, but more like they've crashed or broken down and they've just run out of parts. But I'm just trying to think about what sort of things I should do to a vehicle that looks like it's more rusted down in place than being ransacked, without making that the best find you can get. The trouble is, corpses are large grid. Which one of these do I think will work best for that sort of... I think this one's alright. I can't really make a depleted battery in creative mode, and I honestly don't know if they'll spawn in with it or not. Apparently I have damage off. Yeah, Logan, the MES has a mode that allows you to spawn in stuff that's partially ground down. I want more control than that mode gives me, which is why I don't use it. because the components that I supply to players have to be really carefully controlled for it to make for this mod to work. Okay. Oh, the axle came off. Let's grab the chunk. Let's grab red and change it over to heavy rust. Pop out the battery. So this thing shouldn't have power. That kind of works. Get rid of this. It's pretty much steel plate, but there are a couple of little blocks in there that might be valuable, like the tank and the cargo container and... yeah. Especially since the tank is full, or at least partially full. I mean, yeah, blueprinting a depleted battery should work. So I'd have to build in a survival mode save, and then deplete the battery, create the prefab off the depleted battery at that point in time. So yeah, I could do it. I assume the prefab keeps that state since the blueprints do. And if blueprints do, prefab should. Nothing happens to merge blocks when power is lost. Merge blocks work without power. Yeah, but a railgun means I'd have to actually spawn in a thing with a railgun. Could spawn a railgun in, but I'd have to have something that has one on it. I can't be bothered. So we got a beaten up one like that. I think I might. Yeah, I'll get rid of that one. So what have we got here? We've got. Let's think about parts. We've got hydrogen tank. We've got beacon. We've got a cockpit, and the cockpit has some. Nope, has nothing useful in it. Has some computers in it. Got a gyro connector, but you can make connectors. We've got a survival kit on that one, which is why it's valuable. This one's not valuable. This one's got a gyro, so it's useful. And the cockpit has some computers and even some displays in it. This one has a full hydrogen tank and a gyro. Maybe just the full hydrogen tank. And they've all got small steel tubes in them because of the wheel suspensions that have them. Because I think some of them, yeah. So they're a source of small steel tubes when you need them. See ya, Ensui. No laws. It's 100% you do not need power for merge blocks. Merge blocks require 0 power on either side. Do I have a piston anywhere here? Large grid. Locked. No power either side. And nor do you need them for connectors anymore either. Obviously, connectors, you still need one side to have power to move it into place. But if they're both in place, they shouldn't need power. No laws, that's been that way for a very, very long time. It's been... Merge blocks haven't needed power for at least 3, probably 4 years. I'm not confident stating before that, but yeah, they definitely haven't needed power for a very long time. Right. So, I was going through looking at blocks and what blocks I'm providing to the player. So, if you're making... Oh, man. So, you're making a rover, you're moving around, you want to be able to make a better rover. The stuff you're going to want are things like batteries. You're going to want gyroscopes. You're going to want some large steel tubes in order to build more wheels. You're going to want some small steel tubes in order to build more wheel suspensions. And you're going to need motors. You probably wouldn't mind finding a cargo container or two, particularly medium cargo containers. So we can probably put some medium cargo and some batteries on the other rovers that we're going to wreck. And we've already provided a couple of small hydrogen tanks. We've already provided the gyros. Maybe a programmable block or two would be kind. What else? Bulletproof glass. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point for armoring up your cockpit better. Alright, so let's turn this into a bit of a cargo hauler. Pop the gyros out because we've given enough gyros in the other ones. Yeah, I do. Pop the back of the tray, or front of the tray? Back of the tray. Continue with the heavy rust on these. Container in the back, and then what I was going to do was put some things that look a bit like tie downs in there. Yeah, so hydrogen engines are good loot. And something that I need to definitely try and include a few of. Oops. because hydrogen engines give you the how am I doing? Hydrogen engines give you the power cells. Which is very helpful. Now, do I want to do this all the way around? I think I just want to do it there. I think just leaving it at that will actually look better. Because as soon as we put this here, and then put one here, it gives that weird box effect, which we don't want. I think just finishing them where they are looks better. But yeah, hydro engines, yes, they can produce power, but they're a convenient way of providing the player with power cells that they may want, because there's one power cell in it you can recover, without giving the player too many power sources. But I think what would be better is providing the occasional small cargo container that has a power cell in it. Laws, the inspiration for this is actually what I'd planned to do before Scavenger Hunt. Scavenger Hunt as a concept came to me after this, not before this. I don't want to leave wheels on these. At least not like the subgrid wheels. I want these to... And the reason for that is it's an extra subgrid that's going to be interacting with the voxel and using up physics calculation time. Oh yeah, yeah, Laws, the inspiration for the story was 100% RimWorld. That story explanation was 100% RimWorld inspired. But the inspiration for the mod itself, no. Just gonna de-spike this one. Can I make these build state without getting rid of all the glass? Yes. Keep wanting to call it salvage impossible. Not quite. The salvage should be very possible in this. Unless you're talking about scavenger hunt, Grots. Might take a little bit more care with this one. I say as I snap parts off. My thought was doing a bit of the collapsed in roof thing. So I was thinking of making it look a bit like the roof's kind of caved in and most of it's inside the car now. Trying to get rid of all these polished bits. Get rid of these glass. Actually, I might just get rid of those 2 blocks as well. Then yeah. It's a pity I can't easily repaint just the build state blocks. Get rid of the headlights. And I think, as well, we need to make sure that engine is off. Because if you walk up to this and you hear the diesel engine running, you're like, what? So Chipsticks's plushy engineer skin was something Chipsticks and I talked about having some fun with in Wrong Way Up. We never ended up doing it, but there were some ideas we had that would have been amusing for at least a little bit. Oh, this is lots of heavy armor. This is going to give you heaps of grids. Maybe I need to grind more of this down. Gruz, I thought the reduced damage effect was something that only applied in that world. Is it something that carries across with the blueprint? Yeah, I thought if you repasted them, they lose the protection. But I genuinely don't know. I mean, this certainly didn't seem to survive the rocket blast the way that the cars do when you're on the scrap race track. Because the first blast actually destroyed some blocks, which doesn't usually happen. Oh, if it does carry it, then we really can't use these at all. Alright, maybe not. Maybe we'll get rid of this one. Let's not use them just in case, because that would be annoying. I might leave this one because it's... Oh, I'll get rid of it too. I have an idea of what I can do to do something better. Where's my jalopy? I posted it on the workshop. Why isn't it? Why am I not subscribed to my own truck? This is the large grid version, I'm pretty sure. What? Why did you do this to me, Steam? Did I not publish it? Huh. That's annoying. Oh, it was a single P. Did I spell it differently each time? I did. Good job, Splitsy. Good job. Yeah. I figured this could be a good wheelbase to supply some components on. Oh, I think I added the extra P when I went with sloppy or floppy or whichever one I first did of those. Okay, so let's start with getting rid of the survival kit, getting rid of them. Whoa! Getting rid of the O2H2 kit. Then extending the tray. Or maybe shrinking the wheelbase. The amount of time I spent on this truck just for Capac to immediately destroy it. Let's try shrinking the wheelbase. No, not that one. I want that one. Those out. Oops. Wrong block. Yeah, get in there. Okay, so if we grab that and then paste it in, nose down. And if we also turn off allow damage, and if I grab this from there, hopefully I'll be able to get this to rotate correctly to pop it on. Nope, that's not right. Oh, all the guns. Maybe if I grab it from this block will be easier. Hey, Lucas. Oh, hold up. That's the wrong way around. There we go. Yeah, that's a better platform to work from. Get rid of these seats. Oops. Alright, I think this is the stock wheelbase I'll work from rather than the bigger one. Because then I can put something in the tray that is a thing I want to be able to give the player to use. Now let's get rid of these floating objects. Cool. A basic jalopy. Oh, what's going on with my voice? And then I might do this across. There we go. Alright, so the thing I was planning on doing before, which was adding the cargo container, let's start with that as the first design. We lose the wheels to begin with. Then let's lose the engine. And we'll lose the gyros. Maybe those batteries as well. Get some heavy rust, and then I'll grind down a few things in there just to make it look a little bit more rusted out. Could even put in some... do I have them on my hotbar easily? Yes. Could even put some conveyor blocks in here just to give some more hollowed out stuff. Wow, my voice is not doing good right now. That's really annoying. Yeah, there we go. So it's not just an empty void in there. Yes. This is a little bit meta from Cars. Absolutely. Okay, the sound of you is really putting me off. Let's move you away. Alright, what else have we got on board this? Let's just check. We have a few small batteries. We have the hydrogen tanks. I think if I get rid of the hydrogen tanks and then add the cargo container, we're pretty much sorted for this. The hydrogen tanks are behind the seats, so... Actually, you know what? We can keep them, but... Oh no, let's get rid of them. There we go. They're gone. It was an interesting challenge trying to get this thing to look like it did while still having enough seats for all the guys for wrong way up. No, I think the exhaust is just, yeah, a few motors and some small steel tubes, which I kind of do want to give people. Somewhat of a decent supply of. I don't want to be too stingy on that front. Alright, back to what... Oh... Curse you, past Splitsy, why do you do this to me? The Jalopy's even! Put it in the middle! Yeah, I know, it doesn't matter if this is asymmetrical. Okay, what is going on? What are those? They're the rights. Okay, so I should be using the left. Tip left, base left. There we go. My brain finally got there. And bam. This is where having small grid freight containers would be nice. Yeah. Yeah. Now I just need to decide if I want to ruin this more than this, or just have it as is. Kind of feel like this could be as is. Yeah, fair. Why not both? Yep, sure. Definitely feel like giving all of these in one go is too much. So we'll grind down some more. Alright. One version. Two version. Second version, let's get rid of most of the cab. That. That's what I was thinking was... actually. Let's just get rid of the roof altogether. And then just go over the whole thing with a big grinder. I'm trying to remember why I did this in the glass that I did, rather than using windows. I think it was because I couldn't figure out how to do the corner, so it made more sense for it to be that way. Let's get rid of just the wood bits, maybe. I need to do something else to make it feel a bit more different as well. Still feels too similar to the other one, to me. Maybe if I lose some of the rounded blocks at the front. That's starting to feel a bit more different. Just hit it with a small grid warhead. I don't think anything will be left. Like, considering how much was left after Capac crashed the thing, I don't think there'd be anything left after hitting it with a warhead. Raritan, this has nothing to do with scavenger hunt. It's a separate thing. So there's no spoilers here. This is me attempting to make a mod that allows people to play scavenger hunt style. Edited videos on my YouTube channel will very, very rarely be, well, will never be streamed somewhere else first. They'll either be streamed live on my YouTube channel or recorded and then edited for YouTube. I mean, I know it's always awkward to say never, but I can be pretty confident with that one. Yeah. There we go. Now we got cargo containers. Medium cargoes. I'm not gonna... We've got a large cargo container that can be found in a shed. Next up, we need to give a battery. So, maybe we grab this one. Get rid of the cargo container in the back. And pop a battery in the front here. With some missing power cells. Let's get rid of those floating objects again. Come as Evil Twin, yes, there are elements of this that are very much like Escape from Mars in that you will be scavenging for parts. But the thing that makes this different to Escape from Mars in a big way is that there's no story. But yes, Escape from Mars is a playstyle that is well worth emulating, I think. So, what I was going to do for this one is try and come up with something to put in the back that's interesting as opposed to useful. Because I could also take a copy of this, get rid of the battery, and put a thruster in the back. Does Small Grid have ATMs? I didn't think they did. No, they're only Large Grid. And shelves, unfortunately, are also Large Grid only. A lot of these decorative blocks are Large Grid only. I think it's only the weapon rack that's Small Grid. Yeah. That would require heavy scripting to try and make it so rusted parts give less stuff than unrusted. So no, I can't make it do that. And I don't think I want to. I don't want to, like, I've talked about this on previous Scrapyard streams, but this would be a terrible mod to play using OScrap with. To use OScrap with. OScrap is intended to fit into a more normal playstyle. In this, you need to get the components back. Because that's how you're going to get any components at all. Without the ability to get components back, you're not going to be able to build anything in this. So that's why it's important to actually have the ability to get components. Let's have a look. We're giving a battery. Yes, a joke thing could be an ion thruster. Feels like a bit of a cruel joke. Valinorius, I haven't heard from Wasted about those plans in some time because he's been pretty busy doing the armor stuff. I suspect Wasted we might make some more progress on thoughts like that when daylight savings rolls around for my part of the world. Because it makes the times line up better. What about a welder or a grinder? Maybe a grinder in the back of the truck. Or a drill? Drills have some large steel tubes. We can do that. No, drills are useful. You need drills. Drills you'll need to be able to dig some of the blocks out of the ground so you can free them up to steal them. Yeah, I did notice he was playing Foxhole yesterday. I'll just maybe just leave the drill as is. Maybe junk a couple of things like. Oh, that doesn't really sit next to it. I kind of wanted to make it look like it was kind of jumbled in with them some things, but maybe if we instead do. Maybe that'll work a bit better. Storage crates don't exist for small grid as well, so I'd have to use cargo containers. Actually, on that, what I was thinking of doing was putting a small cargo container inside here. And because this one doesn't have any... So this one doesn't have the batteries. Let's put some power cells in here. Don't know how many fit. Yeah, 3 fit. So you can find some power cells on board some of these trucks. Gruz, part of me says yes, I would like a small grid storage crate mod, but to be honest, no. Most of you guys are probably fairly familiar with my lack of mod block usage. It's just something that a while back, I think when the decorative packs kind of came out, I shifted away from using block mods on the whole. It was a decision I sort of made because it forced my building style to be more vanilla, which is a lot better when you're someone who does a lot of tutorials. And speaking of tutorials, I am gonna start... I've started working on a crane tutorial, though I'm unlikely to cover MRMOS in it, because that thing still breaks my brain. But was looking at the Park script and vanilla cranes as well. And some of the things that I have learned that would be useful to pass on. Takari, the blocks we're talking about are these, but they're only large grid. They're not available in small grid. I think that might be enough jalopies. I think if I keep making more jalopies, then we'll just end up with jalopies everywhere. I feel like 3 to 4 variants on each style of rover is enough. Yeah, it was only the medium cargoes that I was thinking, wasn't it? Medium cargoes, give a large battery. Have a quick look through the sheds and see if there's anything else that I've missed in there. We got a large cargo. Actually, we got a few large cargoes. Oh, that's right. We should do a thruster one. Get an Atmo thruster. Pop that out. Pop that out. Get an Atmo thruster and shove it in the back. Now, do I go large or do I go a couple of smalls? I think we go a couple of smalls. They're a little more sensible. Oh, yes. That's an idea. And they're not even all the same type. Glad you enjoyed it, IB Chris. I don't have a whole lot of trucks at hand. I need to go back and look at my archives of all my various things, because I've definitely got other trucks. It's just whether there are other trucks that are suited to this sort of thing. Because not all of them would be. Like, I don't think the Chomper is suited to this. It's too big. I would love to see one with a stack of TVs in the bed. Right. Let's try this. Where's the cylinder? Where is it? Where'd it go? Where's interior wall block? This is what I was thinking of doing. Doop, doop, doop. And we'll just grind that bit down a bit. Cool. Alright, we got 4 Jalopy versions. So now we've got cars that give us batteries, we got cars that give us a survival kit, we got cars that give us small cargo containers, medium cargo containers, big batteries, and thrusters. And gyros. I think that's kind of all the blocks that need to be provided as blocks. The thing that I'm going to have to adjust over time is spawning in supplies in cargo containers and lockers and stuff like that to help make sure that you've got the necessary bits for repairs when you need them. You made some farm stuff. What about a tractor or some farm-like equipment? Can I make a good-looking tractor? Ugh. I'm not sure I can make a good looking tractor. Because you kind of want the really narrow wheelbase. But Space Engineers doesn't really do that. Or at least a wheelbase that looks narrow because the wheels are so oversized. I'm tempted to mess with the larger pipes that I was talking about earlier. So I was thinking that these could also be secondary spawns for the farm parts, but equally could be something. So they can either be. I'd make versions of these cars that either spawn on their own, or spawn perhaps even inside one of these hangars, just on the ground. And then also spawn with the farm parts just in the local area. So you might find a car and some farm bits. Maybe even beside one of these turbine towers. Alright, fine. I'll try and make a tractor. As we can hear the very loud local wildlife in the background. As an independent spawn, you can do one wheel, nothing else, just a wheel. So the trouble with, I think, using 5x5s on a tractor for Space Engineers is this. The wheel is really wide. And that's the most narrow wheelbase you can make. Which is already wider than the Jalopy. So this is where I think to make something tractorish, you have to accept that you're probably going to have to go with 3x3 and 1x1 wheels. Let's just have a look at that as a thing. So that needs to drop a block. Okay. Oops. We could get an old school tractor. I can see how this works now. Where's my cockpits? These hotbars in this save are a mess. They're an absolute jumble of random stuff. I know I'm not putting the wheels on them, but I'm actually tempted with this. I'd be tempted to put static wheels on these rather than real wheels, and just make this very much a set piece. Like go da, da. Do that. Because that could work. Honestly, I think the 5x5s are still too big. Because they're so big. I think the 3x3 to 1x1s is better. I have seen lots of tractors, Kamikaze. I just don't want to go for the specific type of tractor that would have a wheel that large. Because that's not the type of tractor that works with that you would have seen with a vehicle like this. I think it's more fun to go for an older style of tractor. As well, those larger tractors, they're huge. I'm tempted to make this static though. Ah, but I don't want to make it static grid. I don't want to make it all static wheels because then it's so janky. Because you look at it and you'll be like, oh, that could... No, it can't work. It's actually... They're fake wheels. It makes it feel too fake to me. Yeah, I'm abandoning the tractor thing because for it to look like a tractor, it needs to have the wheels, and for it to have the wheels, it's not going to... It's going to have constant physics interactions with the ground. And I don't want to have it be just fake. That's a step of fake further than I'm willing to go. Yeah, that's definitely a step further than I want to go. These all look like pretty standard vehicles. 4 wheels. I'll need to put landing gear locks on these ones before I turn them into prefabs, but I need to name everything as well. This is getting up to a decent-ish collection of things. I'm just trying to think of what else we would... What other style of wreckage we might find abandoned and run down in the middle of nowhere that doesn't require voxel edits, because obviously something like a mine, you'd really want an underground section. Crashed aircraft. Yeah. Space engineers aircraft. Space engineers aircraft. So I guess I could have like some of my drones. Although maybe let's make something that looks a bit more human. last week, Tommaso, or last time, sorry, Tommaso, we talked about making an oil derrick. I didn't want to do moving parts, like actively moving parts. You could have a seized up one, but I'm also thinking that to get that to look right is something I'd like to try, but I don't think I'm going to try today. The larger enclosed thing like a pasture doesn't work because you don't know how flat the terrain's going to be. So the fences will just slowly drift under the ground. That's why I've kept these fence sections really short. Because the longer they get, the more likely it is that they'll weirdly interact with the voxels. Like, I should probably actually shorten this again. And shorten this one. Is it bad that I'm picturing a farmer hanging in a rigging attached to one of those trucks halfway between Chronicles of Riddick and Fury Road, where one guy drives and the other guy reaps? Do you mean sleeps? Yeah, exactly, Rose. There's a reason that most buildings in most of these things have ramps and or are up on stilts, because it's the only way that you can really work it. All right, let's have a look. Let's see what we can do to make some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Some sort of classic windmill. Which should really be with a rotor attached. Yeah, see, I'm not thinking this is gonna look. So we would be starting with something attached off the back and then probably going with half blocks instead of a full block. The weird curve at the end of the pipes is why I don't use pipes. Because if you use pipes, you're stuck with this being the back of... Wait, where is it? That being the back of it. And then you go pipe down. Obviously not the flanged one, but I feel like that looks a bit odd to me. Thanks, Chaos number 8. In theory, this can be... actually, maybe the previous level was better. And then we can just do road lock. T-junction with a piston head on one side. Alright, I'll give it a go. So this is what that would end up looking like. We go T-junction, then we have rotor. And then we'd have the turbine on the rotor. Which I think kind of works for a more modern style one, maybe? Yeah, I think you guys are right. So we've got... Yeah, it looks a lot more like a modern wind turbine. And that needs to not be all the same build state. Yeah, that kind of works as a modern one. It's now whether I can get blades that don't look completely stupid. Because the trouble I had last time was that I hated the blades that I started making in large grid. Because they were awful. Maybe this would be better. So for blades, let's start with a light armor panel in the middle. And then I guess I should do this as a separate thing and then paste it on. I should make it off this. So, for each blade, I'm torn as to whether I'd try and do it all angled and make it out of lots of bits, or just do this. Yes, last time it did look like a child's pinwheel toy. Now we have the joy of trying to get this to paste on. Oh, hold up. I have an idea. Oh no! That doesn't work. Aha! Just to get one of them on. Oh boy. This was supposed to save me time, and I don't think it is. What have I done? Yes, I did briefly make that a lot harder. Uh. Guess that kind of works. The blades are obviously a bit on the narrow side. I possibly could have just done them in plain plate, actually. Let's try it. Let's just copy this and paste. Let's try it with full instead. So yeah, it may not actually even need to have anything more complicated than this. Because yes, I know a flat blade is not going to do anything, but I feel like trying to get any sort of curvature to it is just going to be, well, painful. And probably not enhance the look all that much. Yeah, I'm going to make it run down. I just wanted to get it to look right before I make it look run down. About this. Nope. That doesn't work. Also, if it ends up spinning in the... Whoops. Too bad. Using slopes instead of plates. Yeah, I guess I could try that. See if it looks a bit more believable. Oops, keep doing that. Really need to keep that brake and torque on. There. Alright, which do you guys reckon... Oh, at a distance, you can't really tell. But maybe I prefer this one because the blades are a bit thicker. I think I do. Yep. Alright, so we got this one, and then I need to make that design onto the other style. Now this one I think I'll make a bit shorter. Do-do. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to double subgrid it and have it so they can spin and face the wind. That, no. Well, yes, it is a thing they're missing so that they can function as the things they're emulating. Yeah, that's not what it was meant to. It's just meant to imply it. It was just... So, when I said before about I didn't like the idea of the tractor being completely non-functional, I think that's because the blocks that I was using have a true functional version in Space Engineers, and so that's where the problem comes in, whereas these sorts of things don't actually have a real version that's of that style, so it's clear that it's not going to function, so therefore it doesn't need to function. Yeah, this one does feel a bit short, doesn't it? Maybe it needs to go bigger. No laws. I don't intend to provide any sort of welcome center or guide or anything like that. It's you drop, figure out your own way. I think I'm happy enough with these. Yeah, opposite of Escape from Mars. It's not. This is not a guided thing. It's not a storyline thing. It's a free-form. You make your own story. That's it. Yes, choose your own misadventure. Exactly. Right, let's just clean up a few things. This will be really annoying later when I'm trying to figure out which grids are named and which aren't. Alright. So these can go... put them over with the farm stuff. This one anyway. Nope, that's not right. Go. 2 rusted out turbines. Yay. Actually looks... I'm happy with those. Yeah, Laws, I'm 100% definitely not doing a welcome center. For exactly that reason. It doesn't... I don't feel like they really add anything. Yes, there's that whole setting up a story, blah, 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 blah. But this isn't a story. Or at least a story that's being told to you. It's a story you're writing. And therefore having a sort of rigid reason why you're falling in a rover onto a mostly rusted out planet is counterproductive to me. And absolutely no finish line either, Tommaso. Because again, it's open-ended. I don't want to create the sort of restrictions that things like that do. Like, I think that whole trope of space engineers, creators, especially back in the day where the crashed red ship was one of the best start conditions of, oh no, I crashed my ship. I feel like that's been overdone. And it's why, like, for Survival Impossible, all I showed was a crashing ship coming down in what I was in sort of a pretty way, but I never actually addressed anything about why I was there. And I think it was done very well in a couple of series, so I just don't think it... I think I think it's unnecessary. It's an unnecessary fluff. That often detracts from the main thing as opposed to adding to it. that was the wrong paint. As is this one. That's my take on it. I know a lot of other people like it and like having that tie-in, but I feel like it was done to death. I feel like Capac could do it though, because he could do it tongue-in-cheek and pull that off. Just doing it 100% way over the top, and you'd be like, yeah, that's funny. This is not compatible with daily needs, nor any of the other food survival type mods. Because for those you need to have a bunch of blocks that I'm not going to try and balance to make sure you have the components to make. Someone asked me on Twitter about whether that would be possible, and in theory, the way that you would have... The best way, I think, to do that would be to modify the loot configs so that things like this cargo container end up with the right loot you need to survive in daily needs. But I have zero plans to balance for one of those style of mods, because doing so would be an incredibly large amount of work for a relatively small subset. Someone else is welcome to try and do that, but it's not something I'm going to try and do. But Aero will work. Yep, indeed, Drago. Aero will work. But yeah, that's kind of my approach to those things. And I think I quite like the idea of leaving things vague enough that the player fills in a lot of the gaps. Because the more strict you make it, the more obvious it is that there's something wrong with the story. If I leave it vague enough, your brain will naturally fill in all the gaps, and you'll make your own headcanon that actually is more believable to you than anything I could probably tell you. Advanced welding is not essential, but is useful. Advanced welding only allows you to eliminate the double merge block that would be under every gyroscope that you attach to a new grid. Other than that, it doesn't actually do anything that's strictly required, which is why I like it as a mod, because it doesn't... It adds something without making the game overly easier. It just kind of does something nicely that's useful to have, that's handy to have. The ability to grab a gyroscope and slap it straight onto a block, but that costs you components, I think is a fairly nice balance. Valenoris, I mentioned earlier, but this is 100% not compatible with ore scrap. Yeah, IB Chris. Eisen has already offered up his buildings from Scavenger Hunt, some of which I think will suit this. Many of which, though, I think are too rich for this. But some of them, with a bit of modification, should give about the right sort of number of components, I think. Yeah. This is exactly what I mean, JRL. Your idea of this being some sort of elaborate graduation milestone thing that engineers have to pass. They have to survive here and escape from here, and that's how they get their engineering degree. They prove that they're capable. That's better than anything I would have come up with. And your ability to create the backstory necessary for that is better than me trying to tell that backstory through data pads. The tools we got available, I just don't think I can tell the story well enough. So I reckon you as a player can do a better job of that. So it's better I just don't. That's my take. Escape from Mars did a great job of telling the story, but it does stuff that I am completely underqualified, incapable of doing myself. The ways that it told story through the interaction with the scripting and the voiceovers and all that sort of stuff, it's epic because that stuff worked. But it's not something I can do. I'd like to add more stuff to this so that there's variety to everything you find. I would like to... One of the things I've started working on is spawning things, as I was talking about at the start of the stream, spawning things with little bits of these fences around them. They'll spawn in with some of the... It'll be rare that you'll find an isolated building. Most of the buildings will spawn with a little something else around them to make them a bit more interesting. And it should hopefully make it feel like you're coming across little almost settlements or parts of a settlement that was long lost. Comes Evil Twin. I thought Wickerel had still gotten EFM functional. So my next steps for this mod are getting those spawns to start working, because at the moment all I've got spawning, even vaguely correctly, are this water tower and this silo without anything else next to them. I need to figure out how I'm going to add the behaviors necessary for these to spawn other things around them, which may require me adding remote control blocks to them to make them do it. So there's some fiddly, programmy sort of stuff I need to do, which I will slowly continue to make progress on. Most evenings I've been doing that after doing some editing on AA. And have also been working on a bit of a rewrite again of assertive combat systems to try and make it a bit more efficient and give me an easier time adding stuff like the no, not that one, like the launch thing that I did with the drone that I showed on Twitter, which I'm trying to load up now but is taking its sweet time. This thing, making it easier time to have this sort of one-off behavior sorted for various bases and the like. So, that's kind of all I got time for today. I will be back on Saturday with some more scavenger hunt. I might have a random stream this weekend. Don't have an exact time of when I might do that, but at some point this weekend, I think I will probably, so that's Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I'll probably do a live stream, and potentially be more of this scrapyard stuff or ACS. Because I'd like to get them polished and ready to go so that I can do a streamed solo series with the scrapyard to test it and balance it. And then once I feel I've got the balance right, then I want to bring Cat back along for a nice proper edited series. Thanks, Maximus. Thank you so much for 6 months. So yeah, this is all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then.